G'day, you good dunce. Vongo taken first. Mike, thanks for the 2,000 to the community goal. I keep almost saying charity goal. Thank you, Vongo. Thanks for contributing. How is everyone? How is bloody doing? I am no. Okay, you are no. Let's go with that. Alright, we are ready to go. I hope you're all ready. I hope you're all ready because we're done with the current round of coding. All we have to do now is get sound effects and finish putting our data together. This is sweet. And then I should probably also look into how to do a proper build. Like a proper export with encryption key and whatnot. Let's see. Let's change that. That'll do better. Beautiful. Wishlist. Make sure I have this pinned, because otherwise I'm going to forget and people aren't going to know to wishlist. How else would they know? Oh, the mode only. Kick. Voila. Alright, now we're set. Damn ads playing. Alright, give me a game, chat. Tell me about your day or your night. What have you been up to? It can be anything at all. Anyone have any thoughts about the stream awards? It can be anything. G'day, Mark. How you doing? What's bloody going on? Ads are almost over. G'day, g'day. Mark, I don't suppose you know where to get some sound effects. Spider-Man 2? I mean, it could be Spider-Man 2. Nah, not Spider-Man 2, unfortunately. My thoughts are you should have been hired for the scene changes. I should have been hired for the scene changes. I would have given him one scene. It would have been my background. Like the cyberpunky one. Yeah, they were lost. What's going on, Mike? Thank you for the points to the goal there, Mike. I did hear that people were upset that the burnt peanut won VTuber. Like best VTuber of the year. I think people have forgotten what the V in VTuber means. It's pretty funny. Pretty funny. Let's go on isometric. Oh, actually, no, it's a shooter. Ooh, an isometric. Diablo 2. You need sounds? I do need sounds. I do need sounds. I need many sounds. Isometric 2000 RPG. What's a 2000 isometric RPG? And it's not going to be an XCOM. It's not going to be a Warcraft. It could be a Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy Tactics. I don't know when that came out, but yeah. Okay, it's not a Final Fantasy. It's not a Pokemon. Darkstone. No matches. No matches. Warcraft 3. I don't think Warcraft 3 counts as an RPG. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. But it is a strategy. It's an RPG strategy. Fantasy isometric RPG strategy. It could be. Yeah, so it's definitely RPG. And it's either a strategy or an RTS. Real-time strategy that's isometric. Could this be a Heroes of Might and Magic? No, damn it. Total Annihilation? I ain't Total Annihilation. I don't think we're getting this. This is one of those ones that it's like... It's obscure. Not Command and Conquer. What's that Square Enix one? Oh, what's the Square Enix one? Nah, we've already guessed Age of Empires 2. Oh, it's the... It's not Tactics. It's not Final Fantasy. I don't know. The red one. It's not Command and Conquer. It's not Red Faction. I don't know. Watching a lot of John Carmack and John Romero made me realize my approach and scale was horrible. Why do I know those two names? Why do I know those two names? Do I just know the last name and the first name is just so generic that I think I know their names? Digimon! I don't know. Oh, Baldur's Gate 2. Yeah, that is a strategy RPG. That makes a lot of sense. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Creators of Doom, that's why I know them. That's why I know them. So how did they make you realize that your scale and approach was horrible? I agree, Mike. Not fair. Not fair. It should have been one of the ones that we guessed. Hey, Loot, how's it feel being second amongst all these viewers? I'm trying to code Hangman, not Oblivion. Yep, correct. A lot of people tend to forget that they're coding a game of this size and end up coding for a game that would actually be this size. Then they're like, oh my god, it's taken forever. It's so long. It's so hard to make it. It's like, no, you're scope creeping like a mother lover. Are you making GTA 7? Hey, At this rate, GTA 7 could be released before GTA 6. Been lost for 3 years and doing the process? Yep. Alright, we need to find these. What was that one we found yesterday? Sound Dino? Free sound effects. I like this one. Down of opening glove box, pizza box. No. That could be good. That was not bad. Just use keyboard and mixer programmable to PC. Yeah. If only I had a keyboard. And a mixer. And a PC. Actually, in 5 years' time, what do you think the gaming... Like, what do you think gaming will look like in 5 years' time? With everything that's going on with AI and RAM prices and GPUs and all of the tech companies starting to focus on providing AI hardware and not consumer-grade hardware. Where if you tell me you're doing this from Xbox, I'll lose it. Worse. I'm doing all of this. From a GameCube. Front end won't matter. It will all be streamed. That's exactly what I'm thinking. And honestly, I kind of dislike it. I think everything's going to be cloud-based, yeah. I think you will still have indie games. I still think you'll have indie games which you can download and play on your machine. But that's only because the indie games would be single player, don't require any kind of connection to the internet except to download it. And they don't require... Like, most of them don't require the processing power of Borderlands 4 or Call of Duty or anything like that. And it's going to hurt as the infrastructure still isn't available to all. Exactly. Which is why I think you're going to see more and more lower intensity games. So you'll see people start putting out like lower graphic games, less scale, so they're not as large due to hardware storage limitations and stuff like that. And it's going to be Star Trek. Don't forget your everything pad. Yeah, that's... And then there's going to be the issue of what happens. So you're going to end up with the same issue you have with streaming services at the moment. Xbox Ultimate is going to go up to $50 a month within the next 5 years as they start not allowing downloads. I could see that. Yep. And I think what we're going to end up with is the same situation with streaming services. where Blizzard will have its own, or like Microsoft will have their own streaming, their own game streaming service, and Amazon will have their own game, or Google maybe, or like Sony will have their own game streaming service. Xbox has their own game streaming service. EA has their own game streaming service, all this kind of stuff. And then if you want to play a game from one of those publishers, you've got to go through that. Got to have their service. So you end up paying like $200 a month to play games. But you could have spent $2,000 on a gaming machine and then just bought the games. Internet service providers are going to start charging based on the data you use, a lot like phone companies already do. Australia still has data limitations. So Australia has unlimited plans where your speed doesn't get limited. But I can see the price of internet plans going up. And there is a part of me, like, I do think it's going to be bad because of the gaming industry as a whole. But I do think the silver lining would be less people on the internet losing their minds because a character is like not what they imagined in their head, or because they dislike an adaptation of a video game, or like they dislike the adaptation of a book or a movie or a series or something into a game. You're going to have less of those people on the internet because they're not going to be able to afford it. I don't think that's a bad thing. I do not think that's a bad thing at all. All I gotta say is what happens when people don't have to find meaning. That is the question. That is the question. When you no longer have to find meaning because everything's done for you. I think, actually, Mark, have you watched The Good Place? I don't see how you're correlating people not liking certain characters and their access to funds. It's mainly because of how expensive it's going to be to have all those services and to pay for the internet and such. Because with higher data usage, because of streaming games and whatnot, internet service providers, if they raise their costs and you've already got to spend $100+ a month for streaming services of games, and then the internet also dropping, preventing you from playing games as well. It's like, if all of the costs for people to play games go up, then there'll be a lot of people at the moment that can't afford that. So I'm not saying all people that have these meltdowns over video games, I'm not saying all of those people will disappear. I'm just saying there will be less of them. Correlation is gamers in general and not certain groups. Well, no, I'm just saying that, like, my point was there will be less of those types of people, which I think is a good thing. I'm not saying that it's only those people that will lose access. I'm just saying that that's a silver lining. We have less of those people. No, I don't like this one. Yeah, I don't like that one. Nah. No, too real. No. You have watched The Good Place, Mark? So that's going to be the problem. Do you remember when they get to the good place finally? But at the same time, Mark, at the same time, I don't think people not finding meaning will happen. So what you're concerned about is what happens when no one has to work. You're worried about that. But that doesn't mean people don't have to find meaning. People will still find meaning. They'll actually have more free time to find meaning. The problem is we go through a period of everything being chaotic and just terrible for about 3 decades. Or 3 to 8 decades before we get to that point. You have to be pushed, fail, fall, hit the tire on your car, and brake. No. Not at all. All you do is you focus on your interest. If your interest is painting, then you paint. You go out, you find something to paint, you talk to other people that like to paint, you share techniques, you talk, you discuss, you do that. And you get better at painting. If your thing is woodworking, then you have time to focus on woodworking, get better at that, talk to people about that, learn techniques, create new techniques, create sculptures and desks and tables and everything to your designs. Because you don't need a job to be motivated to do something. Like, I would say, Mark, if you don't feel motivated to do things outside of working, you need to find a hobby. You need to find something that you're actually interested in that's not giving you a paycheck. There's never going to be a point in time where people don't have to work. We're just moving to everyone either being content creators or people turning big rocks into little rocks. And everything's going to be so expensive, you won't have time to find your meaning. Hobbies won't exist for much longer. So I think that's a short-sighted look. I think that's what will happen for a century, maybe. But eventually it gets to a point where either humanity ends because it just implodes on itself, or it gets through that period and into a point where people are free to do what they need, free to do what they want. If you're not motivated, you can do anything. If you are motivated, you can only do one thing. If you're not motivated, you can do anything. I think if you're not motivated, you can't do anything. If you are motivated, you can do anything. It just depends on what you're motivated to do. Look at the Stephen Hawking way. We're screwed, Terminator done. I mean, that could be what happens. That could very well be what happens. Who knows? Yeah, I don't agree with the outlook that, oh, forever it's going to be a dystopian future for the rest of time. I think that's a very... I feel that's short-sighted. Just move your body and turn your brain off. Why is there no good box opening sound effects? That's considering the wealthy won't decide to fully destroy the habitability of our planet and escape to space, leaving the rest of us to fend off their AI robots. Yeah, but that still leads to a... It's like, either way you look at it, what you've just described there, Mike, is humanity getting to a point where you've got the few that survive and they don't have to work. It does end up being the situation that I was saying. Or the other alternative is the few, like they do now, are able to create things on their own in their own times because they're able to salvage tech and whatnot, and they can create their own things that do work for them. We're only gonna live to 100. Yeah, exactly. The neighborhood raccoon union told me to check in here. Fair enough. The raccoon union definitely helps. Ugh. Terrible. It's a plastic box. Why would you crunch a plastic box? That's weird. Greatest research for the past 10 years, AI. No, the greatest tool for researchers for the past 10 years has been AI. It's not like we created AI and then AI went, oh yeah, by the way, did you know? No. How do you think people are going to be able to do anything with giant robotic spiders and drones shooting at them every time they leave the home hubs? See, Mike, you're now skipping the part that leads up to that. You're assuming that it's just going to get to that with no pushback. See, you're leaving out huge chunks of time and just skipping to the end. You've got to think about the 50, 60, 100 years in between. Oh, what's up, Liberacorn? You told me to come in here with out-of-pocket things, so I did. I know, and I'm glad you did. I don't think AI has been the greatest tool for research, internet for sure. More in terms of scientific research. So, for instance, like processing, what is it? Protein compounds and such for vaccine research and stuff like that. Like that type of stuff. Not just in general terms of a school kid going on the internet and being like, hey Google, what is this? Actual research. Yeah. It's just doing things we were already doing, but faster. Yeah, that's why I said that that's why I said it's the tool. Like, it's the greatest tool because it's allowing to do the things we were doing, but at a faster and greater scale. Just because it's doing the things we're already doing, but faster, doesn't mean it's not the greatest tool we have for research. That's like saying, oh yeah, the James Webb Space Telescope, that's not a great tool for research. It's just the same thing as the telescope I have in my room. Just bigger and does things faster. God said not to delve into things you cannot. God said not to delve into things you cannot compare, like ghosts, Nephilim, AI. What? I was giving my opinion for why internet was the best tool for research. It was once upon a time, but not anymore. I mean, I guess technically it can be because most people use AI over the internet. So if you want to get technical, for AI to be the best tool for the job, the internet needs to be there. So you could argue that. I'm not finding any box opening music. Let's see if we can find like a foil pack opening. No, none of that. No, none of that. No. Alright. I need like a card pack open. I don't think that's gonna work. I think we need to go back to Pixabay. Most people with gaming rigs have enough processing power to run decent large language model at home if they wanted to. Yes, that's true. But the problem with doing that is when you run it while you're playing a intensive game, it's gonna chew into it. Don't do that. I'm just saying, like, that's why people generally don't do it, because they have to stop using the large language model when they're playing a game. Which, if you're the kind of person that wants a large language model just set up in your house, you kind of want to use it whenever you can. Like, or whenever you want. Just because it's there. Like, I meant the word comprehend. Yeah. God said not to delve into things you cannot comprehend, like ghost, Nephilim. Is that how you spell Nephilim? Without the A. Okay, cool. Cool. Nephilim, yeah, that one. My phone's autocorrect is bad, sorry. No, that's all good. I'm just trying to make sure I understand it. And I mean, you're right. We don't know. Like, we have a general idea of how the neural net models work, but can God be comprehended? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Foil pack opening. Not images. Sound effects. The angel babies, Nephilim. Yeah, no one. We don't need to be talking about fake things here. I could use that. Nah. I could use that section. I could take that and use it for the card pack being ripped open. Let's get back to the very real bobble collecting. You know it. You know it. Where the bobbleheads 100% come to life. It's all real. What's going on over on Kick? Thanks for the follow. What's all this then? All of this, we are finding sound effects to put into our shop simulator. That's what we're doing. Give me 2 seconds and I'll show you. Show you the game. Now throw that in there. We'll convert that in a moment. Copy that. There's our Steam page. This is it. Now, there's a lot of stuff that's gone into it so far that hasn't really been reflected here yet. I need to make a 3rd trailer. I'm gonna do that after like for the release. I think my next trailer I'm gonna wait until the release. Just do it then. I googled greatest inventions of the 21st century and it listed Bitcoin. That is stupid. Oh my god. Currency, the greatest invention since the 21st century. But yeah. You go around, you collect your bobbleheads, you collect the cards for them, stuff like that. I mean, credits open. Oil pack opening. This is a sim. You manage the store. Correct. So think of like TCG, card shop simulator, stuff like that. And we do have a bit of a spin on it. So I didn't want it to be a game where you just basically had the store get run by NPCs at some point. And you just make money and just watch number go up while you collect things. I didn't want to just do that. So the plan is we're going to add thieves and security that you need to hire. And we also have the bobbleheads come to life. So occasionally a bobblehead will come to life. It will scare the customers. That will cause you to get bad reviews, and then you have to do one of 3 things for the bobble. You've either got to throw the bobblehead into the furnace, sacrificing it, getting like a boon for your store for the next day or for the current day, bringing more people in, spending more money, stuff like that, or you put them to work on your repair table, repairing broken bobbleheads that people bring in. Or you sell them for a lot of money to people that are looking for like the occult type stuff. But in doing that, people don't want to come into your store. Why bobbleheads though? We started making this game as part of Jiggle Jam back in May, which was a game jam run by Just Camino, where you had to use the jiggle bone or the spring bone in whatever game engine you had. So I decided a bobblehead, that's a perfect thing for a spring bone. And yeah, they just went with that. If you buy card packs and bobbleheads for recording sound effects, can you write it off as a business expense? Technically, yes. Technically, yes. So it's an asset with a specific feature. It's just the game engine stuff. So Godot has a spring bone. This one. And this spring bone basically keeps two things together with a spring effect. So it was just using that, and I just found I found Kenny assets, and I was like, they look like they could be bobbleheads. And then I just like attached the spring bone between the body and the head, and done. It all works. It's all lovely. You have everything needed for some deep devil worshipping lore, where the shop owner has to get an exorcist and find out whose soul is trapped. I could do that, but that's a lot of extra work. That's a lot of extra work. I don't think I can do that. Don't think I can do that. So we got the foil pack opening. What else do we need? We need like a celebration sound. I'm not a 3D game dev, so I'm hit or miss. But I get what a spring bone is. Yeah, exactly. If that's the challenge, then I can't think of better. Yeah, that was the challenge for the game jam. After the game jam finished, people liked the idea of the game. So I just kept building it and adding to the, like, adding features and ideas to the game. And now we're getting ready for a playtest. Yeah. Obtained, needs to be edited. We need celebratory, like celebration sound effects. What's the burning sound effect that we have? Question is, do I have this? Doesn't really loop. I could use that. I like modding scripts in games. My first thought is always to integrate LLM procedural generation to any game. Nice. Nice. Procedural generation is pretty fun. That'd be so cool. Maybe we create another game afterwards that's a horror game that's based on the factory that's creating the bobbleheads. Or that's based on how the store became the way it did. Yeah. Party horn. when I say celebration sound, I mean for like when you get a new bobblehead, like when you open a new bobblehead, or get a rare bobblehead or something like that, and you have like a celebratory thing, you know, not a party horn, but just like, I don't know how to describe it. Actually, what else do we have in here? Oh, yeah, we can use that for the, yep. No, don't like that one. That one can piss off. Disgusting. Disgusting, sounds too real. It's a ding. I see, wow, ding. Yeah, kind of like a ding. Kind of like a ding. Kind of like a pop, yeah. Something like that. Celebratory pop. No, that's just someone doing the pop with their mouth. That's no. Celebratory ding. Go with music theory. I don't know any music theory. That's something I really need to learn. Actually, you know what? This is something I want to just double check. Let's just double check. Is there any SFX pack that has the type of stuff that I want? No one is talking about conquering countries. Wait, oh, your currency will be worthless when your country is conquered? No, your currency will be worthless. Fellas, they're all going to end up worthless. No, but every currency devalues over time. That's why minimum wage isn't $3 an hour anymore in the USA anymore. True. Try this. Ask an AI to make you a short celebratory musical MIDI. Nope. See, this is all UI stuff. The sci-fi sounds, but I don't really want sci-fi sounds. Fixed Game Studios, no, none of that. There's the SFX there. Combat sounds, but I don't want combat sounds. Hang on. What the hell? Admurin. They're not online at the moment. They are not online at the moment. They are not online at the moment. So this person here, they are the one that made this. Go check him out. I had no idea that their character creator was going to be included in this. That's sick. I was just scrolling through. I was like, hang on. I know that name. I watched them build this. Because of the economy and inflation, which can always cause a currency to become more valuable. Bitcoin is not dependent on the economy, it's dependent on the idea of its value. If everyone tomorrow decides that Bitcoin is worthless, the value drops zero. No, Mike. No, Mike. No. If Elon Musk decides tomorrow that the value of Bitcoin is zero, then the value of Bitcoin is zero. What's going on, Skate? How are you doing? If everyone decides that USD is worthless, my dollar is still $1, and it's not going to be affected. That's incorrect, Mike and Hill. That's incorrect. The currencies, modern day currencies, are not backed by anything substantial. So currencies used to be backed by the gold standard, but that's no longer the case. These days, currency is just worth a dollar is just worth $1 because everyone says yes, it's worth that much. You're doing great. Good to hear, Skate. I'm doing fantastic. What's up, Sock Guy? How are you doing? Welcome in. The only issue I have with these things is you can't listen to like samples of them first. That's a music collection. I want sound effects. My point is still correct. I already said the dollar is backed by the economy and inflation. Said nothing about gold. Yeah, but the idea, so the dollar is backed by everyone saying, yes, the dollar is worth this much. It's the same as Bitcoin. People already agree that USD is worthless, but they're still going to go to Walmart and buy their frozen pizzas with it. Oh, no. No one goes into work being like, oh, I'm being paid in a worthless currency. That's wrong. That is completely and utterly false. This is why people go, oh, you want to pay me $150 to do this? No. You're paying me $250 to do this. I think he thinks inflation is the only thing devaluing the dollar. Probably. I don't know. I'm just saying that currency is only worth something these days because people say it's worth that thing. Audio Apocalypse Bundle is what you want? Audio Apocalypse Bundle. A world-ending collection of premium sound and music. RTS Fantasy sound effects, Horror UI sound effects, Modular Magic sound effects, Steampunk sound effects, Underwater sound effects, Casino and Mobile sound effects. Ooh. These, do they have... I would imagine that, casino sound effects have a lot of the ding ding kind of thing. Where the hell are they? What's the free music packs? I don't really know what it would fall into. This thing. Do you have any me listen. I could see this. We should just get rid of USD and start SDG, Sock Guy Dollar. I agree. Sock Guy Dollar for the win. But anyone you ask is going to say that they think dollar is worthless. Bitcoin is not the same thing because Bitcoin is actually worthless. Well, no. It's not actually worthless. Like, again, they are worth something because people are assigning value to them in both instances. It doesn't have, like, that. There was like 1 or 2 sounds in that casino bundle that had the kind of thing I was thinking of. I go. We do like casino win. Sock Guy Dollar is just Bitcoin. No. Blue. Sock Guy Dollar is Bitcoin. Sock Guy Dollar is actual currency. Get it? Get it? Casino sound. I don't know. It's not like casino sound. Like a ding or a bing or a burr. That was loud. See, this is why I have the music only go to me and not to all of you, because I don't know how loud it's going to come out, and I don't want everyone to get deaf. I just want me to get deaf. That's it. What if we go like a slot machine? You know? Slot machine ding. No. That's just like coins dropping out of a slot machine. That's all it is. That's all. You don't want that. I think I do need to stay on Pixabay. It's like there's nothing else out there really that I can think of. What if we just go new item? No, that's too... Bleh. No, that's just picking up. Nope. Ow! Oh my god, that was a very high-pitched ring. We're going to take a break from that while we play the ads. God damn. Alright, give me a game, chat. Throw a game out there. It can be anything. Let's go. What do we want to go with? What do we want to go with? Actually, what are these people playing? Metroid Prime 4. Oh my god, it's not listed here. Alright, we'll go Metroid Prime 3. It's easy enough. First person, single player, as well as other stuff. Okay, so platformer or shooter after 2007. I'm inclined to say that this could be a Battlefield. Okay. Good to know I was right. Too good. '20 stream streak. Ghost Gate. God damn. I'm going to start off with Bad Company. Okay, shooter after that. Let's go Call of Duty. We'll say like Black Ops 4. Alright, first person shooter, sci-fi. Borderlands 3? Okay. First person shooter, sci-fi, after 2019. It's not Gears of War. I don't think it'd be a Metal Gear, would it? Okay, it's not a Metal Gear. Oh, hang on, Cyberpunk. Duh. Okay, single player, sci-fi open world, action in 2022. A shooter. What is it, chat? Give me your guesses. While you think of guesses, I'm going to quickly get a drink. BRB. Alright, I'm back. High on Life. That's a good guess. That is a very good guess. Alright, it's not High on Life. It's not Unreal Engine. It's not Red Engine. It's not Frostbite. It's not IW. What could it be? Welcome back from ads. What could it be? Anyone that was just in ads. If you can guess this correctly, I will gift you a sub. Only the first person that says the correct thing, though. Here's a question. Is Portal an FPS game? It is, but Portal was like early 2010s. You got the year, first person, and single player. We already had those, though. What other first-person shooters came out in 2022? There's not a Black Ops. And it's not High on Life. Not a Metal Gear. My god. Yeah, single player, first person, 2022. Could it be like a Nier? Or an Automata? No. Oh my god, what was it called? Thanks for donating there, Skate. I forget what it was called. The game that we played that was like a first-person retro-futuristic thing. Or could it be Atomic Heart? No, it's not Atomic Heart. 2023. Dying Light. Dying Light would be survival. Yep. Nier is not a shooter, is it? It is literally a first-person puzzle game. Use a portal gun to shoot portals. Yeah, exactly. It's a first-person shooter as well as a puzzle game. Yep. Oh my god, this is tough. It's not Dying Light. Saints Row would be comedy. Yes, Saints Row the 4th would be comedy, and I think that's also like 2016 or something. Was there a new Turok or something? Saints Row the remake? That's fair. That's fair. I don't know. I think I'm just going to have to guess two things and see what happens. I don't know. Let's go with Dying Light. What about Tales from the Borderlands? A Telltale game, maybe? Like, I don't know. Oh, Slime Rancher 2. You know, I've guessed Slime Rancher 2 correct a few times. It just completely slipped my mind this time that it existed. That's on me, chat. That's on me. My bad. My bad. I forget that counts. Yeah, exactly. It was early access in 2022. Now they did release an update that was specifically about the release year. So a release date is the date the game becomes playable for the very first time according to the general public, according to platform and regions. So they've changed it, not necessarily early access or anything like that, but games like Slime Rancher and Phasmophobia and 7 Days to Die, stuff like that were in early access or are still in early access for a very long period of time, they still count as the early access date. But if the game was in early access for like 6 months and it goes over to the next year, then it doesn't count the early access. That type of thing, yeah. Also, they've got this Easter egg thing. So this is obviously a Star Wars game. Star Wars Dark Forces. This one looks like it's not Dishonored. The Hunt? No. Hunt to Call the Lord, no. Hunt Showdown. So yeah. Anyway, back to this. Nope. Item found. Slime Ranchers is one of those games where you forget it exists until you hear about it or see it. Exactly. Exactly. No, that's too loud. That's horrible. I finished watching the first season of Resident Alien. Very funny. Very funny. Nope. 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 Oh my god. Why is it so difficult to find a good item ding? Let's actually have a look at Open Game Art. Open Game Art has some good stuff. What about a success? No. 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 That was a harmonica. I don't see how that works for a coin sound effect, but sure. No. Found. I don't see how that's a Godot intro, but okay. There's nothing there. Need like completed. Nah, none of this. What's the way to describe the sound that I need so that we can find it? Because it needs to be... So let me see if I can... What would be a game that has a good exam? Ignore that. The supermarket that I do my shopping at, they had a sale on Kirk's sugar-free, or not just sugar-free, just Kirk's soft drinks. And I was able to get 20 of their sugar-free cans for like $15. I was like, nice. Definitely grabbing that. build-up. A hype. A win. New. Let's just search new. That wasn't it. That's just people saying cheers. I guess that's technically a sound effect. No. Oh. New item. Come on. I hate that I keep pressing that one. Hate that I keep pressing it. It's so loud. We have to do like a level up. Oh. No. Nope. 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 None of these are doing it. No. No. Come on, there's gotta be something. There has to be. If there's not, then I have to figure out how to create the sound effect. And I'm terrible at creating sound effects and music. No. No. That's too much of a RPG Maker style pickup sound effect. If you know what I mean when I describe it that way. Nope. Secret item. Something. Something. There's got to be something. All of these are sounds I've already heard. No. That's too trumpety. Too trumpety. Can you use Suno.com to create the sound effect? I've used it for my daughter's project and it's awesome. I will not use Suno because anything you create with Suno, they own the rights to it. Or actually, no. So anything I create with Suno that I pay for an account with Suno, I only own the rights to it while I have a paid account with them. When I stop paying for the account, I no longer have the rights to that sound, and Suno takes ownership of it, which means I would then no longer have ownership of the sound in my game. I've already read over their whole TOS. Oh, that is bad. Yeah. Someone recommended it like months back and we went through it because they said they'd used it for like their friends' stuff. I was like, let's check this. So we had to look over it and it was like, yeah, while you pay for it, while you have an active subscription, you own the rights to it. But when your active subscription stops, that's when we take the rights to it and you no longer own the rights to it. No. If I paid for it, it should belong to me in perpetuity. But you're not paying for it. You're paying a subscription to their service. So it's the same thing as if you're paying a subscription in Netflix. If you're paying a subscription in Netflix and you watch a movie, you don't own the movie. So when your Netflix subscription finishes, you no longer have access to the movie. It's the same thing with Suno. You can generate stuff using their service, but they're still the ones that created the sound. They're just letting you use it while you have an account with them. Yeah, none of that. Almost. That's like 3 bells going do-do-do. But it's not. I just need like a single sound. A single sound for like each thing dropping. As well as a single sound for when you uncover something. Nope. Nope. That's not a secret sound. That's just the sound of a electric stove clicking. Like the igniter. That's all that is. Secret sound, please. Nah, none of this is... Nah. Oh my god. Where can I get this sound? Where can I get this sound? Let's see. Let's first think about how we want the sound to be. Maybe we do go the trumpet, being like duh, 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 sort of thing. The third one being extended. What if... Oscar Cure? No, there's an E in there, isn't there? That's it. Oscar Cure Blue. Okay. I'm going to extract this here. Downloads. Unzip. Bosca. Get rid of that. Get over it. Okay. So. Let's see. We don't want grand piano. We do not want grand piano. We want... No. What would it be? We need to find the correct instrument now. Yeah, no, we don't want wind. We definitely want MIDI. Brass. I don't think we'll be doing trumpet or trombone. One of these has to give me a success kind of sound. What if... I want to extend it. We want to extend it out. I don't think we're going to be able to use anything in here. What's going on, Intrex? How you doing? Big news? Not really. I'm at Pearson VU. Nice. AWS exam. About to take my certified practitioner. Kind of worried. That's fair. That's fair. The certified practitioner is... It can be overwhelming, but you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Pearson VU. I have not been to one of those for ages. I think the last time I was there was when I was doing a Cisco certification. I just realized this is the AI generation of Twitch viewers. Hopefully. I did John Bonso practice exams, got around 80s in that. I have no idea who that is. What's a good instrument for the success noises? Is there a good one? Arpeggiate a major chord, perhaps. Yeah, no, the trumpet doesn't sound. It's like we need to find the right instrument. Free sound site. No. Nah. It's none of these. Because what I'm trying to find is, I'll show you what I'm looking at. So we need an SFX. Ignore the box opening one. I'm replacing that already. But we need an SFX for when the side falls and then the next side falls. It can be the same sound effects, but like a bit more elongated. And then when the last one comes down, it plays the big one. So like a duh, duh, duh. Yeah. And we can change the last one. Based on if it's new, one they've already collected, shiny, rare, or enchanted. So the last one changes to be like more epic with each. So that's what we're trying to find a tune for. But I have no idea how to create sound effects. No. Because like if we can just get a noise and then open it in Audacity or something and just like tweak it. Like this is why I want to find one through here or here, just because I don't know how to do that stuff and I feel that it would take longer to learn how to do that. Major chord new, minor chord duplicate, etc. More betterer is more nicer sound. But what instrument would it be? I don't know if it should be a trumpet, a horn, an ocarina. And none of them sound like, none of them have that game effect success sound, you know? Marimba, woodwind, keys. Let's see. So at major chord, we'll go with the minor chord. Go. So when you say keys, I assume you mean piano. Sounds more electric if you use a synthesizer, of course. Yeah. I don't even know if we would have a marimba in here. Oh, yeah, we do. It's very hollow. Let's have a look under here. Now, none of them sound like a game effect opening. Yeah. Harpsichord. Where are we? Huh. Think of The Sims? Haven't played The Sims. I think... What? I'm trying to think of a game that has a sound effect that is kind of like what I'm looking for, but I can't remember. I can't think of any. I know they're out there though. It's like I know they have success sounds. I just can't remember which ones were which. It's like that's not gonna be the sound of a success, like a success. Sound like a Goomba walking. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be capable of creating one myself. No, it's none of those. You can do it, it just takes time, experimentation. Yeah, I don't want to be sitting here for a week trying to come up with like one sound effect. That's the thing. Like, in a week, I want the playtest to be happening. Like, if I knew where to start, and what the steps were to get to the end result, sure. But I think for me to do that, I would first need to go through a process of learning what steps go into creating it and stuff like that. You could rush it and do one note per sound effect. You're probably going to iterate after anyway. That's the thing. I don't want to just pick a sound. I want to at least have a sound that's like reminiscent of what I'm going for. Not just a new bobblehead. So I'm looking for a few different ones. No. Not that. It's like primarily what I'm looking for at the moment is a sound effect for each side of the box falling down. Okay. And then I can just take the one sound effect for the first one falling down. And then for the second one falling down, I can just like bump that first one up a bit and make it a bit longer. And then the third one, I can just like adjust that initial sound to make it different across all of them. Some will use their mouth to make their own sound effects. Okay. I don't think my sound effect for a box falling down and getting a new bobblehead is going to me going. I don't think I'm going to be doing that. That's not like if it was the sound of a character doing something, maybe. None of those. No. No. More like tapping your teeth. No. That's not at all the sound I'm going for. First side C, second side E. The last chord could be C, G. Could do. But again, like... like what? C, E. And then like... find something... No, we don't want brass. It's kind of. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be this. No. 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 Bells definitely isn't the way to go. So is there a... Oh, so that changes the entire thing up and down. Interesting. Not quite. No. 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 I can see what you mean about the C-E-C-E-G thing. I do get what you mean by that. I'm just trying to find the correct things now. Nope. Not that one, that's too flat. Maybe I just go for like the success sound when it's a new one, a shiny one, a rare one, or an enchanted one. And then for the sides falling down, I just go a generic, like, fall kind of sound. Like something just like falling over in the wind. Maybe that's what we do. Put something down. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Cardboard box open. Let's open it there. Whoops. Let's have a listen. It's too real. So the box open that I'm going for at the moment is the Bobble box sliding open. And those ones there sound too realistic. Yeah. Like for the delivery box being opened. How to describe? I don't know how to describe what I'm looking for, and it makes it frustrating because I don't know what help I'm asking for. So no. Nothing in there sounds success enough. Could always modulate it. I could. But again, like, I don't know what steps I need to take things through to get it to that. So, like, it's all well and good saying I could employ all these techniques to get the sound effect I want, but I don't know what I need to implement. I don't know what I need to do for those techniques, or what those steps are, or what software I need and such. So, and again, like, I don't want to spend 3 months going through a whole learning process for 5 sound effects to use in this game. The learning process for that is something I will do after this game, when I'm making a game that has more sound effects and stuff, and I want to kind of go through that stuff a bit more. Okay. Anyway, we got ads playing anyway, so let's see. We're looking for a 2019 either shooter or RPG. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is go Control. Third person, single player, 2019 shooter. Bam. Any guesses, chat? I got none. I'm out of ideas. You want to set up for the rare opening? That is a lot of random goop. What up, Skillet? I've never remembered year of games except for Skyrim. Which year Skyrim, Skillet? Okay, good. Good. I just wanted to make sure. Took you a while to answer, though. Did you have to Google it? Third-person single-player 2019 shooter. God. I don't know. What would this be? What could this be? It's not going to be a stalker. It's not a Call of Duty or a Battlefield. It's not Call of Cthulhu. It's not High on Life. It's not going to be SOCOM. Could it be a Metal Gear? Third person. Wait, let's see if it's a... Let's see if it's like Resident Evil. 4, 3, 2... Revelations... Oh no, is it a Resident Evil? It is a Resident Evil. Okay. So it'll be like Resident Evil 6. No? Resident Evil 7. Well, it's not Resident Evil 8. There we go, Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2 new. Alright. Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. Alright, let's see. No. So we want... I want those. Nah, not that. No, not quite. All of these just seem to be like variations of the baseball. Yeah. Um, you having an idea? That's better than what I'm having, which is no idea. I'm really glad you can't hear all of these because my ears hurt. That's better. What up, Loopy? How you doing? How was your Pythony, GD, scripty stuff-a-majig? Oh no, a floating head and hands. Welcome in. We are attempting to find sound effects tonight. Potentially create some. But I have no idea how to do that, so... yeah. This is gonna be, like, so much time of just... no idea what I'm doing. Just working on the basics still. Nice, nice. Got a shower, though. Have a good one. Have a good one. I hope your shower is not very loopy and with minimal fist. Okay? And the last thing you want is a shower that's loopy. And for a surprise fist. That's a horrible shower. A horrible shower. Enjoy your night. Well, welcome in, everyone. We have a pinned message. That's the game we're working on, if you want to check it out. I've been there, done that. Have a good one. Toodles. We're trying to come up with sound effects. Trying to find sound effects. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. Nah, this is very marchy band. Nah, it's none of... none of these. Okay, Simpsons soundtrack is iconic. Simpsons soundtrack is pretty iconic. Like that theme song is, oh, everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. I want to see. Because there's obviously a humble bundle for the game dev stuff. I think the only one here... Audiovisual editing with newest bundle by Magix. Vegas Pro 22, all-in-one video production powerhouse. Gain access to effortlessly editing, advanced expandability, for over 30 years. Soundforge Pro 17. I was hoping it would be like a... I was hoping to find something like this. Something that teaches you how to create stuff. I think that's one thing that lacks on... One thing that lacks on Humble Bundle is there's a lot of audio assets that you can get, but there's nothing teaching you creation of audio assets. But if you wish, there's just one little loop. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same loop, it's just like changed. Like pitched and changed and instrument difference and stuff. So what if more of a fanfare, but not of horns? Like, I wanna... Let's see. I'm gonna see if there's anything in here that has a kind of sound effect that I want. No, they don't. No, they just have the same song. Like they do the same thing as me, where it's just like background music playing through the entire thing with no like, let's see. Wait, that's your game? That's not my game. That's TCG Card Shop Sim. This is TCG Card Shop Sim. This is my one. Bobble Shop Sim. Yeah, different. How to explain? How to explain the type of tune I'm after? I don't know. I do not know. Now, let's forget that sound effect for the time being. Let's get the cash register opening and closing. Where are we? That one. I thought I already had that. I do have register open and register close. I thought I already had it. Where do we play it? So, mind if I push you to make this an iterative process? Oh, that's why I'm moving on to the next one. I'm moving on to the next sound effects. I'm like leaving those sound effects for tomorrow. Close that. Where's the cash register? Once all items are scanned, we toggle open. Oh, we've got these two here. Do I already have those playing? Hang on. Now, do I already have those sound effects? I think I do. I think it already plays, which means that's 2 sound effects I can mark off. But yeah, like the reason why I don't want to do temporary sound effects now and then redo the sound effects in like 2 months' time is because they're small sound effects. Like, they're very small sound effects. So I don't see the need to drag this out over multiple iterations. Yeah, sweet. We already have the cash register sound in. Why do I have them listed here? Go away. Oh, damn. Get rid of that one. Obtained. Showing furnace door creak is obtained. It's basically just the celebration sounds now. God damn it. How likely is it all you'll get it right the first time? It's more likely I'll get it right the first time if I try to get it right the first time than not try to get it right the first time and then try to get it right in the future. It's like, how likely am I to get it right on the second attempt or the third attempt? Like, it depends on how hard I try. If I put 2 or 3 days of work in trying to get it right now, compared to an hour of just grabbing temporary tunes, it's more likely I'll get it right the first time if I spend those 2 or 3 days trying to get it right. Yeah. Yeah. The likelihood of getting it right all depends on how much effort you put into trying to get it right. I am going to take a break from sound effects, though, because I'm sick of dealing with them. I'm just going to set up the last of this data. So I went through and got all of the images for all of our cards. Where did we get up to? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we don't have all of the casuals done. We need the Godobble. We need the Bobble Ross. But yeah, it might be worthwhile for me to watch some YouTube videos on just creating these things. Might be something I need to do. That's what I'm getting at, if it's a matter of likelihood rather than absolutes. Well, nothing's ever an absolute. Like, nothing's ever an absolute, but the likelihood of me getting it right the first time, if I just say, I'm going to replace it in the future, is 0. It's always going to be 0 if you approach things like that. You're never going to get anything right the first time, if that is your mindset. Good double. Where is Godobble? There you are. Alright, so we have the Godobble. Who else do we need? Jeff! We need Jeff. Jeff. Good night, Skate. Have a good sleep. Oops. Quick load. Card Jeff. Who's next? Yvonne Buckets. And who else? Who else is a normal person? Done Casey, Annie, Oldywalks, Dora, Randall, Bobby. Godobble, Bobble Ross, Jeff, Yvonne Bucket. Okay, that's all of them. That's all of them. The athletes. The athletes, we have Jackie Daniels. Right, yeah, there you are. You are an athlete card. You are an athlete category. You have athlete card. And we go Jackie Daniels. There we are. Tayness. Tayness is a tennis player. See what we did there? See what we did there? Yeah. Tayness. Who's the other one? Come up with their details later. As we've done Tayness, football. Football. Then card football. So need a Harry Armstrong. Oops. Yeah. Harry Armstrong. We need Larry Kent. Larry Kent. Larry Kent is a golfer. Very bland looking person. Kurt Rail, I think it was the other one. Yeah, Kurt Rail. Kurt Rail. There we go. Agreeing more effort you spend on a task, more confident you can be in its quality. There's also other factors of confidence to consider in iterative tasks. Learning to make an omelette is easy as watching a tutorial and requires minimal iteration, so you can aim to get it right the first time. The task more abstract goals like score 2 football goals or creating SFX you're satisfied with requires more creative iteration. That's why I'm not looking to create it. That's why I'm looking for already created sound effects and finding the one that sits right. I'm looking for free open source sound effects that I can use. Danny Bundle. Danny Bundle there. And then who's next? Coach Barnett. Coach Barnett. There we go. And who's next? When you say that search for SFX satisfied with requires the same degree of iteration. No. Not at all. Judoka Milos. Whoops. I'll do that. I'll duplicate you. Searching for a sound effect that sounds how I want it to sound, or close enough to how I want it to sound, is a lot easier than learning how to create a sound and then creating the sound itself. Like, do you think it was more or do you think it was the same amount of difficult for me to find the Cinti assets and Kenny assets that I'm using for the 3D models versus creating all of those myself? I mean, I get it right the first time you restart. But if you were to create it, you would always be pressing forwards. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. There's been plenty of times where I've created 3D models and then a month later thrown them away and completely created new versions from scratch. So. Let's see. Who else is there? Ah, Andre Anderson. Andre Anderson. You. Andre Anderson. There we go. Who's next? I don't think difficulty answers the equation because it's not based on your personal skills as much. Yeah, correct. And it's like, as I've already said, I'm not looking to learn how to create the sound effects during this game because there's so few of them. Just like how I'm not learning how to do character creation and such like this for this game. Because I don't need to. For my next game, that's something I am going to practice. And that's why I've got the Game Dev TV game asset 3D game asset creation tutorial pack. So that I can go through that and I can learn how to do all that stuff before I start my next game. So you're suggesting that I learn how to do everything now instead of learning how to do some aspects of game dev and using open resources that are out there for the other parts. And then later, learning how to do those other parts once I've learned these first things that I'm learning. Okay? If you try to learn everything at once, you're gonna bog yourself down just as much. I've already done Tayness and football. Already done Larry Kent and Harry Armstrong. Already did Danny Bundle, Hurt Rail, Judoka. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. That's all of them. Now we can move on to the professionals, which will start with Conan O'Bobble. Right there. Conan O'Bobble. Professional card. Professional. And we swap this one out for professional card. Perfect. It's a matter of which path was the right amount of satisfaction. So if you don't learn for the first iteration, there's nothing wrong with setting a time limit. Yeah. But again, it's not that I'm not looking to learn on the first iteration. It's that I'm not looking to learn how to do SFX during the creation of this game. So you're talking about picking a random SFX for now and then learning how to make it for the next iteration. I'm saying there's not going to be a next iteration because I'm not learning how to do SFX right now. I'm going to do that for the next game because I'm already going to know how to do a bunch of other game dev stuff that I don't need to learn for the next game. Because otherwise I may as well just hang this game up and go, cool, I'm going to put that aside and I'm going to go learn how to do 3D modeling, character creation, and create armatures and animate characters and do textures and materials and simulations and VFX and sound effects and create my own UI icons and all this stuff, which I haven't learned how to do for this game. I was experimenting because I wanted to do a quick check to see if I could find a sound that would demonstrate the kind of thing that I was looking for. But I couldn't find it. There was no sound that was able to find it. And that's probably a limitation with Bosker Cure, is that it doesn't have, like, it might not have the right instruments or something. But again, I don't know. But yeah, we don't need to find them all tonight. I've gotten a couple of them. I got a couple of our sound effects, and I think there's some other sound effects that I'm overlooking that I need to figure out what they'll be. Here's the weak sauce. Thank you very much, Loot. Whoa. That's gonna tingle. Whoops. Business Betty, not Business Berry. There we go. Then Sophie Science. Man, now I got cracker stuck in my teeth. I hate it when you have, like, I hate getting food stuck in my teeth. Officer Oscar. We can knock these ones out quickly. There's also, this is their Nuclear Nathan. Nuclear Nathan. Who else? Chef Caesar. There you are. Man, I've still got to come up with descriptions for these ones too. And then Clark Lens.
Your pee, it's storming, hopefully it snows. I want to make an Iceman.
Snows? You realize it's December in Australia. It's not snowing. That ain't happening. Walter Flow. Walter Flow. Card Walter Flow. Tracy Pills.
That's why I put quotation marks, because our snow is hail.
All right, was it? Quotation marks don't come through in TTS. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, I wish they did. I wish they did. Oh, did it change? Oh, you bastards. It changed this one.
This is kind of cheating, but yes, quotation mark, Bob quotation mark.
You could just say quote. But this is kind of cheating, but yes, quote, Bob, end quote. That'd work too. Oh, no worries. Like, see, if I sound like I'm frustrated with you, Blue, I'm not. I'm frustrated with myself with not being able to explain the sound effect that I'm looking for to make it easier for people to help. Let's comb this beard. Oh, Christ. That hurts. I combed this beard earlier. It shouldn't be this knotted. I was very self-conscious about timekeeping. I'm not too worried about timekeeping. Like, at the end of the day, things take as long as they take.
Get out of my sandwich.
Like, I'm not too worried if I spend an extra day on something. Let's see. We got Walter Flo and Tracy Pills done. Who's next? Barbara McMotorboat. Barbara McMotorboat. Good name. Good name. One of the best character names we've come up with. Holy frick, that was a close one. Screw off Lightning. Good old Lightning. Good old Lightning. So we got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we should have all of them complete. For me, I can't even spend 5 minutes. Oh my god, it's a Slam and Fanny. How you doing? Welcome in. G'day, you g'dunts. For me, I can't even spend 5 minutes on a 1 minute task because it makes things take 5 times longer. You're going to stress yourself out so much thinking like that. I do not envy your heart. Hey, Fanny Slam, you're 3rd. Congratulations. Congrats on being 3rd. What were you doing? Tell everyone what you were up to. Yeah, welcome to my brain. Yeah. I'm the opposite. I avoid stress. I don't have room in my life for stress. Was mega bonking, and then I knocked out some more stuff for my Bobble Shop Simulator idea. You're making a Bobble Shop Sim. I love it. I love it. What types of boba will you be selling? And is there going to be one that's purple and green? I'm not asking because my colors are purple and green. At this point, I need stress to function. That's not good. That's not good. I'll make sure there's a grape and green apple flavor. Have a grape tea with green apple boba balls. Mmm. Mmm. Not gonna lie, that sounds pretty nice. Nuclear Nathan, Officer Oscar, Sophie Science, Tracy Bills, Walter Blow. Athletes, Andre, and oh god damn it. I really wish it would just default them to object, but it doesn't. That one, Andre Anderson. Where is it? Coach Barnett. Danny Bundle. Boot Bowl. Jackie Daniels. Judoka Milos. Kurt Rail. Larry Kent. Tay Ness. Andre Anderson. Coach Barnett. Danny Bundle. Boot Bowl. Harry Armstrong. Missed Harry Armstrong. How could I miss Harry? How? How could I do that? What are you doing for the rest of the night there, Fanny Slam? You're going to be sleeping. You're going to raid and run so that you can go nine-eyes. It's got to be like, I suppose it's probably only like 10 o'clock for you, right? It's not that late. Doing Annie, Bald Bobby, Bobble Ross, Casey Womp, Discount Dora, Godobble, Jeff, Lilox, Relaxing Randall, and Yvonne Buckets. There we are. Alright, that's all of them. There's all of our cards. I'm going to edit this rip sound effect too while I'm thinking of it. Why not? No. Audacity. 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 Where is it? Where's the MP3? There it is. Card opening pack. So there's somewhere up here. How long's the animation? How long is the card pack open animation? .666 seconds. 0.666. That's not 0.666 seconds. Let me go 6, 2, 5, 6. I'm up to 6, 0. 6, 1. Okay, so if we do this, 5, 6, 10, 6, 2, 7, 6. 5, 6, 10. 6, 2, 7, 6. Let's clip everything outside of that. I'm good with that. Thought that is card pack opening. Right there. Oh, hello. Why have you changed? Make unique. That one. No, not that one. That one. Beautiful. Beautiful. State machine, open interact, card pack opening. There we go. So now, let's see what happens. See how it sounds. Incorrectly configured interact data for collect. Line 29. Line 29 on interact data. Scan. Rip pack. Grab. They're all set. They are all set. You're an Og. Huh. What up, Woosa? G'day to you. G'day indeed. Is it you? No, it's not you. Not you. Or collect. Oh, it's going to be on cards, is it? No. It's going to be on the Bobble. That's all fine. We're going to come back to that later. Let's do a game duel while these ads play. Give me a game, chat, that is third person, single player, published and developed by Capcom, made with the RE engine, but is not Resident Evil, after 2019. What a first guess. What a great first guess. What could this be? Was there a new Marvel vs. Capcom? Maybe? No. What else has Capcom made? My brain is weird. You said Gadeed, which made me think of Good Deed, which made me think of Dirty Deeds, which made me think of AC/DC, and we're back to Australia. That's all that's important, Woosa, is that you made it all the way back around to Australia. The only thing that matters. Very correct. Very true. 100% true. Alright, come on. Whoever guesses this game correctly gets a gifted sub. Come on. Start throwing out your suggestions. Because I'm lost. I'm very confused. Devil May Cry 5. Ah, that's smart. It's not Devil May Cry. Okay. So it's a hack and slash. It is a hack and slash. And a fantasy hack and slash at that. Capcom, RE Engine, third person, single player. I do not know Capcom. Dragon's Dogma 2. It's Dragon's Dogma 2. There you go. Let's see here. Gift. Mike. You've already subscribed. Duh. I can't gift you a sub, Mike. I'm gonna let you pick who that gift sub goes to. That way people can get annoyed at you. Or if you want to hold on to it until your current one runs out. And then I can just give it back to you. Yep, hang on until it expires. There you go. Done. Sorted. Problem solved. That was super easy. Super duper easy. $12-month streak. Want to keep it going? Smart. Smart. Very, very smart. Why is this... So it's complaining the interact data for collect, which is this, is configured incorrectly, but it's not. Oh, actually... Hydrate. Might be good to check the date on the expiration though. There we are. Tasty. Do I want to continue? We continue. No, that works just fine. That's perfectly fine. There's no issues there. We go test. We create a new game. That's where it fails. Collect Bobble. Collect. There is no collect Bobble. Card pack does not have that. What? G'day Cam, how you doing? Bob Lee. Cam, please do not address our Fanny. I'm doing well, Cam. I'm doing well. Thank you for contributing there, Sammy. Much appreciated. Well, yeah, interactable is null because it shouldn't be there. What is happening? What is going on? Isn't it like 3 to 4 a.m. your time? Yeah, Sammy just woke up. Hi, good night. Good night, Sammy. Enjoy your sleep. Thank you for all the community goal contributions. Look at that. We're almost halfway there. Almost halfway. I need to come up with some stuff to do for that stream. What are we going to do for the 24-hour stream? No, Fanny. No, not we're halfway there. We're almost halfway there. Cry. I mean, I'm going to be 35, so I can by all means cry. Actually, hang on, let me quick load this. Let's make unique. Make unique. Athlete pack. There we go. There we go. That looks much better with the top and the bottom being the... Yeah. Yeah. Super duper awesome. Make unique. Make unique. Froth. Oh, same as me, 35. Sorry, I'm looking at it wrong. I thought you said 53. 35 still young. Depends on what demographic you ask and if it's on the internet. Because on the internet, anything after 30, you're done. Age isn't an issue. A declining body and empty bank account is. What if both of those things are declining? Biggs is still going. He's like 55. But I mean, you know, Biggs is Biggs. You can't compare the average person to Biggs. Come on. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Biggs is built different. I'm still confused as to how this data is working its way into the check interact. Huh? So card pack line 33, generate cards. We add card to the child, like as a child of the card pack. Collected cards. What the actual poop? Get rid of that. This is very concerning. Very frustrating. Why has that... That doesn't make sense. The only place that collect data is used is against the bobblehead here. Collect. That doesn't exist under any of these. Oh, it's this card specifically. This card specifically has it. These ones don't, making it confusing. Right. Right. That, I guess, makes sense. Alright, let's paste under here too. I'm glad that was a simple fix. That would have really driven me insane. Alright. What up, Chungus? What's going on? How's the face of yourself going? Actually, no. No, we haven't finished that yet. Bobble card descriptions. Bobble card pricing. Locked. Item. Or locked purchasables. Stuff like that. That's the type of stuff we need to get sorted out. Met a new friend called It was a good try, Chungus. It was a good try. Almost. Not almost. Not almost. I saw the first name and I was like, that doesn't look like an actual name. What's he trying to get me to say? You're gonna be more slick. I'll get you next time. No, you won't. No, you won't. Anytime you put a name in chat, I'm going to ignore it. Thank you for the 34 biddies. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Athlete. That's right. That's what we need to do. Love you guys. Gotta go. I'll be back. Gotta go shower. Enjoy your shower. I hope it's nice and soapy and warm. In a non-weird way. Yep. I think under here we change it to cycles, we change to GPU. Then down here, we go film transparent. Yeah. I'm gonna be so wet. You are. I don't want to know about Isla. But Milo appears to be a name. Read out the name. And I'm not going to say that either. I'm not going to say both first and last name together, Woosa. You're not going to get me. None of yous are going to get me to say anything odd. Because yous both fail. Fail. What is that dot there? That dot there. Those dots there. What? What the flippin' flick? Pooey. Ah, it's Pooey. If you love it, it's not odd. Lies. Lies and slander. Let's see what happens if we do that. That's almost right. Up a tiny bit more. Yeah. Save as. Casual card pack. I'm gonna change this. Athlete card pack. G'day, Dylan. How you doing? Hero villain card pack. Professional. All right. There we are. Yeah! Another donation to the community goal. Love it. Quick load this. Athlete card pack. I guess I'll set that up too. Casual card pack. Now, question is, do I need the large one set? I don't think I do, but I'm going to set it anyway, just to be on the safe side. There we are. So now, in this, what we do is when we bring up the page, it will have those product images. Matt, look at him there. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Now we need to fix that one. That's very interesting. It's almost like the data hasn't updated correctly in Godot. That's the casual cards 32. This one here. It says casual card pack. Oh. Yep. I see what I did. There we go. I've already done it for you. Get rid of that. That's what the problem was. I was assigning different areas. Athlete card pack. There it is. Hero villain is set correct. Casual is set correct. Professional card pack is now correct. Okay. Now when we run it, now it will be correct. Beautiful. I am wondering if I create a secondary with these, where it's like single pack and then it's like 2 packs. Single pack, 2 packs. Do that sort of thing. Which, that's easy done in Critter. That's super easy. Icons. Products. Athlete card pack. We go... You will go to 540. Is directly center. Move that one there. Duplicate. Move it over. I want to apply like a shade onto that. Maybe I can duplicate you again, but we just make it completely black. Yeah. How can we do that? Minimize? No. I guess you can just do that. There we go. I made some Python code today and it seems to be running really slow. Are there any ways to speed it up? It depends on what it's doing. What's the Python code doing? Don't throw false teeth at your vehicle. You might dent your car. God damn it, Mike. That's a good one. How good is that? How good. Freaking amazing. And then what we do is we go blur. It's a basic drawing code using Pygame and Sys. It has a while loop for its main block. So is it from their tutorial? Like, does Pygame have a tutorial and this is the code you've used? Or, like... And, like, what's the code doing? Like, what do you expect? Is it just, like, doing nothing and you're waiting for something to happen? Or is there something moving that's moving very slow? I think I made a mistake. No. Okay, cool. File. Export. Sweet card pack. $64. And then open. I have it set for 60 FPS, but when I draw, it seems to blip at a lower speed. It seems to blip at a lower speed. That's interesting. All right. Remove that. Cool. Exporters casual 64. There's that one. That one. that there. Delete. Professional 64. And the last one. I guess I've also got to do a similar thing with our bobble boxes, don't I? There we go. Hero, villain. Perfect. Hydrate. Guess I can do that for you. Ah, tasty. Tasty, tasty, tasty. So that's those set up. Which means this one here, we can go Athlete Card Pack 64. Casual Card Pack 64. Hero Villain Card Pack 64. Professional Card Pack 64. Nice. Now, the benefit of having that is that when we're in-game and we're looking in the UI, we can see single pack, double pack, single pack, double pack, single pack, double pack, single pack, double pack. It's instant. You can detect it without having to read. Yeah. Yeah. It's like I'm using my brain, but not really. Scientists recently combined DNA of a cheetah with DNA of a crab. Things went sideways real fast. God damn it, Mike. Too good. Too good. We gotta correctly get all of this. Get rid of this. There we are. Move it there. One pixel too low. Drop you down. Blur time. Beautiful. Would it kill the maker of avocados to put a different toy inside? I'm at the end of the week. I used to have a handle on life, but then it broke. What, life or the handle? Or both? Which one? The only correct answer is yes. Alright, there we go. That's better. I asked the librarian if the library had books on paranoia. She whispered, "They're right behind you." I don't think that was the librarian. Hello, Creeper. How you doing? What's good with yourself? Why are you so much smaller? Not sure why that wasn't the same size. Seems odd. I think it's actually because I took these at different times. I took the item screenshots at different times. So there's probably a different size between all of them. now that I think about it. That's not going to be good. Okay. There. That's good enough. They don't need to be pixel perfect. I mean, people aren't going to be putting these things side by side. If they are, they're spending way too much time looking at the details in my game. Gotta collect them all. You know it. You know it. Gotta unbox them all. Agree, Bubbles? I'm waiting for Nintendo to release a bobblehead Pokemon. A Pokemon that's just a bobblehead. And then to try and sue me saying, oh, we have bobbleheads copywritten. I'm dying to the configs for my touchpad scroll to not move 1 light year when I move millimeter. My scroll is way too fast. My cursor is extremely slow. Is this in a specific program or is it just like operating system level? I want to understand the issue. Hero, villain. There we go. There we go. Hero, villain, bobbles 8. Professional bobbles 8. Casual guard pack. No, casual bobbles 8. And athlete bobbles 8. There we are. The whole Linux. Is it Hyperland? Or KDE, or GNOME, or... There we go. That's better. That's better. I'm concerned this one's going to be difficult to see for someone with certain color blindness, just because these colors are so similar to these colors, and I don't know if this background here is enough to differentiate. I don't know if it's enough to like set it apart. This one's fine, I think, because it's got like the red and the dark brown. But this one, not so much. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what the feedback is. We'll see what the feedback is. So that's what we need to do. In our UI, this is just fine. I'm just fine tuning stuff now. Under here, this margin container at the bottom needs a 20. Reason why is so that when we scroll down, they are actually within. I might let that be 40, actually. Renovations. $40. Should be fine. It's the whole Linux. And it's not. What's decoration go? Ah, yes, it's got coming soon. Yep. Bear. Let's copy that. I want to paste the same thing under art. Art. Maybe this is where I put it. I don't know. Do I have coming soon as part of my localization? You would think I would. No, not in there. Maybe under here. No, not under here. Okay, so we don't have coming soon. Oops. Do that. This one. Arts. We should have one for arts. Arts app. Innovation app, coming soon description 1, coming soon description 2. We have coming soon description 1, coming soon description 2. I do already have it. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Alright, so we got that stuff sorted. Alright. Not sure what else. What else can we do tonight? I think that's all we can do tonight. Huh. Well. Well. I'm thinking. That's... Do need to lock them, but I can't lock them until I know how much I'm going to be selling them for. So we need to sort out this stuff first. Alright. Bobble pricing. That's gonna... Ooh, it's gonna suck. Because we took these. I need to do something similar with the cards. And then there's the animated cards as well, but we can deal with those after. Animated bobble cards. Yeah, cool. I need to figure out what we're going to do with that stuff and whatnot. I figure out... Yeah. I might call it there. Might make it a short stream. Just so that I can go figure out what we want to do in regards to this stuff. And then tomorrow morning, we will know what we want to do with the pricing in these locked ones. Get those organized. And I'll figure something out with these as well. So that way tomorrow we're not sitting here just looking through a bunch of stuff. Yeah. I'll see if I can find something online to like help me understand how to do this stuff. Or yeah. I'll figure something out. That'll save us being spending an hour and a half tomorrow looking for stuff. And just like being like, oh, what if we do this? You know? Yeah, stuff like that. Stuff like that. So, what we're going to do... they're playing Fortnite. How do you all feel about Fortnite? How do you all feel about Fortnite? There's a big question. It's a very big question. Dislike Fortnite, but I like the streamers. Because there's one there. There's one there that could be like Dead Sun. But I'm unsure if that's what we wanted to do. Let's see. We could go somewhere new. If I can find somewhere new, that is. Otherwise, nah, you know, we're we're going to go see Dead Sun. It's been forever since we've rated Dead Sun. Actually, I'm going to make sure that they're still streaming for a while. How long have they been streaming for? They've been streaming for 6 hours and 20 minutes. Okay, maybe we won't go. We'll go Swash. We haven't seen Swashbuckling for a while. Because, yeah, I have a feeling they're going to end soon. So, alright. They just got another raid anyway. Alright. So, I'm going to figure out our approach for all of this stuff tomorrow. And tomorrow we can hit the ground running, getting all of this data finished off, getting all of this audio stuff finished off, and getting our play test set up and ready to go. How fantastic. I need to actually research that stuff. Yeah. I have no idea how to do a play test through Steam. I'm just assuming that I can do it. If anyone has any idea, let me know. But yeah. Alright. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a fantastic night, you get duns. See you in 10 hours. Enjoy Swash.